This is Disco Elysium. This is game day 4 in the early afternoon. I'm not sure what day of gameplay this is. Something like, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 for me. And we're loving this game. We're pretty far into it. We're sort of a moralist, feminist, apocalypse cop character. We got a lot of stuff going on, some art stuff. So I'm loving the way it's shaping up. And we're going to do some more of that today. We've already got a to-do list in front of us. Hey, Crash, welcome in. Yeah, so let's go ahead and pull up the Disco Elysium. Hello, Scanlan. I hope you are doing well. Good to see you. All right, is the game capturing yet? Game's not capturing yet. It will be in just a moment, I promise you. OBS, don't make a liar out of me. Hi, Rain. Welcome in. How you doing? All right, here we go. Disco Elysium. Like I said, I know we've got a lot to do, a lot on the agenda. And let's go ahead and get started. We actually ended last stream by dying. That was fun. We kicked something and it hurt our leg. And then we suffered a heart attack and died because our physical conditioning is abysmal because I guess I'm playing myself in this game.
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box.
Okay, so we've done this. We have, basically what we're looking for is there is something inside of here that we need. I believe it's some sort of plans or data storage. Space Monkey, thank you for lurking. And it's frozen shut, and we are in pretty poor physical condition, so we need to wait for the thing to entirely defrost before we can try opening it. It may indeed actually require some save scumming, so that is what it is. I'm not super happy about that. I haven't done a ton of save scumming in this run, but this is something that I really want to see through. Did I already get the rifle in here?
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Yes, we did indeed get the rifle. I wonder how that's going to come in handy. I wonder if there's any way we... Well, I wonder if the defrosting takes, like, actual game time, you know what I mean? Where the clock in the game has to tick up, so we might have to do something else while we wait for this to defrost. Cellar window, people's feet shuffling by on the street.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Hey, Micah, welcome in. Thank you for 24 months subscribed. Thank you for all the support. That's almost 2 years behind us now. and it is great to have you all along the way. I hope Mr. Everett helps you find your gun. We're gonna take this Nosafed to heal our health. Scaling, you well? Had a bit of a migraine today. Once you got breakfast in you, you were fine when drinking water throughout the day. Yeah, very good. Not playing too many games that requires thinking too much, but playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Thought on it for a couple minutes before smashing that sub button, so you're counting it as a full 24. Yeah, but the tricky thing with Twitch is 25 months is a full 2 years behind us, because you start at the 1 the day you sub, and then at sub month number 2, you're 1 month in. So at 25, you're 24 months in. But you know what? It might as well be 240 months. I appreciate you.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Haven't followed 24 months yet. You came in late September, I believe, when I was doing... maybe some New Vegas stuff. If not New Vegas, then definitely Fallout 4. Okay, we're gonna see what else we can do in our journal. Actually, maybe we go back and we ask Suna for help. I also don't want to miss the opportunity to catch the Sunday friend. So maybe we do those two things at once. Yeah, it's hard to believe that you all have been here almost 2 years now. This has been such a regular part of my life since starting. And following since June 2024, that's crazy. Well, I think you've been here longer than that. I think you followed then because you weren't able to follow before. Gonna have a rager when I get back from TwitchCon? Whose house? I still believe you're the drunken husband.
Uncle.
There's no waking him.
My beach bungalow. Yes, I indeed am the owner of property. Uh-huh. Yep. I'm really curious what this is about. The building before you housed the engine must have been a big one. Ooh, Scented Scarf adds +1 shivers, but -2 physical instrument. feel like I might straight up die if I wear that. I do believe, yeah, my physical instrument is 0 right now because I have a -2 from Wasteland of Reality. So yeah, I literally have 0. I don't even know that -2 physical instrument would change anything.
Yes, what is it?
About the offsite copy you asked me to bring.
Yes?
Is this the filament you're looking for? Show her the production schedule.
No. That's the production schedule. I don't need it. The right filament memory has off-site copy written on silver tape.
I found a note from the Ice Bear fridge. It said the offsite copy had been moved to a safer place.
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
It said the offsite copy had been taken to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named Soliswov.
Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. That feature creep and the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous.
How's the game mechanics on this? Any problems? Reason you ask because you want to be aware of when you start your first playthrough of this game. It's very much an RPG, so there's a lot of chance, and how you build your character matters a lot. And there's a lot of dialogue and listening, and the game doesn't usually tell you outright what to do, so you have to think about it a lot. But I can't say I've noticed any problems with the game.
And the heads. I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
I found the ice cream maker, but couldn't get it open. It's completely frozen.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Why can't you go and get the filament yourself? See, I've been avoiding that, but now I'm in the exhausting dialogue options stage.
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means.
Why does she think you're part of the curse?
Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
Yeah, people in Martinez don't really like to get with the times.
She literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my range civic. I'm not making this up.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic. So what I need you to do here is go have a talk with her, say that you're a policeman and need to get to the building's basement. Then bring me the offsite copy. Alright?
Alright, I'll go look for the offsite copy.
Thanks.
Hey, about that 2mm hole again.
The swallow, you mean? What about it?
That's all I wanted to know.
Great. Thanks.
I'll let you work in peace now. Okay, while we're here, we're gonna go look for Sunday Friend, who is supposed to be taking a stroll somewhere along the coast. +2 encyclopedia, -1 perception. If I really wanted to double down on my strengths and weaknesses, that would be the thing. I didn't even know this was an area over here. A big wine canister. It's open and empty.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Hold on, that is awful. Cover your nose.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right here.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Hold on.
The lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. Two bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There
Oh,
are traces
no.
of kebab sauce on his chest.
Oh man, this is the missing husband.
A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no. This sounds terribly familiar.
Search his
You
pockets.
find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark.
Examine his face.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze.
He looks a bit like Harry at the beginning of the game, too.
Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine the man's head.
A dry chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just this one at the back of his head.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Step on the floorboards.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
Examine the bottle.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
He looks at 2 other bottles forgotten near the coin-operated viewer. Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Rubowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
The Wilds, welcome in. Heckin' love this game. I am falling in love with this game more every day I play it. Look in. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario, even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
Step back.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this man? We know who this man is.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
He looks south the way you came.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
We know who this is. It's the working class woman's missing husband, dead on the boardwalk.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband?
Because it's the most working-class death you've ever seen.
The leather jacket. It matches her description perfectly. Well, you know what? I want to see, since we got this conceptualization success, I want to see what happens. This is the most working class way to go. Completely alienated and forgotten.
Yes, but what actual facts do you have that connect him with this woman you met at the book stand?
The leather jacket. It matches her description perfectly.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Do you think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
We found him. We should finish this.
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member.
Look at the backside.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Look inside.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
This coin-operated viewer has been out of order for years. I love... What is it? Actual art degree Getting plus 10 experience every time I pass a conceptualization check combined with my conceptualization skill. I'm just getting free points out here left and right. So that's really doing great things for my development. I get to choose a free, or not a free, but I get to choose a level now. Hey, thank you for lurking. I appreciate you. Gotta go perception. So handy. I don't know. I haven't invested anything in my motorics or, well, I've invested a little in physique. What are the checks that I'm missing? Is it is it wrong of me that I want to get rhetoric so I can finally know what's behind this cargo container door? I still don't have a copy of the map. I guess not. I've just been going everywhere on foot. I want to know what's behind the cargo container door so bad that I'm tempted to put yet another point into rhetoric so I can retry. Of course, maybe there's something else that'll come along. Got the cargo container open once. I've got a lot of really good buffs on it because I did the thing with the board game and I've been in the world for a few days. So I've got buffs on my roll. By the way, welcome in, MQ Bush. Oh, MQ Bush, if you want to send me a whisper on Twitch or a DM on Discord and let me know where I can send your postcard for the reward for the TwitchCon fundraising that I did, feel free to do that, or else I'll reach out to you here soon for it. But I'm starting to gather information for that so I can get those sent out at the convention. Same for Maiko and Space Monkey, and I've got a whole list, so I'm going to be reaching out to people. Yeah, interfacing could maybe be good. So could composure. I have very little in composure right now. But that's the thing. Do I want to round out my weaknesses, or do I want to keep doubling down on my strengths? Assumed I had your info already. Name, address, social security, blood type, base sphere. Imagine if I guessed them all. I won't do that to you, though. I won't even throw fake ones out there just on the 1 in a billion chance that I get them right. Thank you for not. You're welcome. You're welcome for me showing restraint. Put that point into drama, just what this game needs. You know what? I've got a good feeling about that because it is my weakest intellect skill. And I liked Shivers, so I think drama might be a good counterplay to Shivers. What's up, Krusty? Am I just casually playing one of your favorite games? Yes, I am, Krusty. Welcome in. Tailsteak, how you doing? It's only weak because of my clothes. That's true, but I so far like the outfit I'm wearing. I forget which one lowers my drama. Ah, the glasses. Yeah. The visual calculus bonus is nice. Is this my first playthrough? It is. Careful there, these floorboards look rotten and weak. Basically, everyone who comes in and has played this is like, yes, best game ever. Now I'm going to be that guy when other people play this game. I'm going to go to their streams and be like, oh, you're playing one of my favorite games ever. This game is so raw and real, I know. Really is unique, truly is. Okay, what I'm doing is I am looking for the Sunday friend. Just telling someone a few days ago how the OST makes you teary right away, right? Krusty, there's a video I posted in my Discord, but have you seen the one, it's called, like, a clinically depressed weatherman speaks over Disco Elysium music or something like that? It's beautiful. It's almost impossible to get a fire going this near to the ocean. Might be able to get your coworker to do a Kim and Harry costume as in with you. That's awesome. You've not yet seen that? You most definitely will. It is actually poetry and art in the form of a 3-minute YouTube video. Within the first 3 lines, there's that dialogue that goes, oh yeah, baby, and it scratches my brain. Yeah, it's so good. Ah, I literally almost missed him until his dialogue came up.
As you approach, the man turns and greets you with a polite wave. He appears completely at ease, like a common holidaymaker.
Ah, super. It's the officer. I was not expecting to run into you again, but things have a funny way of turning out, no? What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast?
Actually, I was wondering what you're doing out here.
Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied for a series of microloans to revitalize the old market. And well, I wish to see the situation firsthand.
The Sunday friend would never do something so gauche and irresponsible as to wear anything brightly colored. Oh, wait, something I forgot to do in my setup today. Where are you? There we go.
And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it?
Did you see all the bullet holes in that wall over there?
Ah? Is that what those pockmarks are? I might have guessed. Fascinating how much history is contained right here, if only one knows where to look for it.
Actually, there was something else I wanted to talk to you about.
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer.
I need your help forming a committee. I'm trying to assign La Responsibilite.
My friend, if it's La Responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a committee, because it already exists.
Oh shit, we're a moralist. We are a moralist. A moralist art apocalypse cop. Just 3 moralists hanging out talking about La Responsabilite.
God, of course it does. These moral intern types.
The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the ultimate arbiters of La Responsabilité in this part of the world.
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable authority you're looking for.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in Martinez.
What? Where is he then? You knew there was something strange about this one. He's an astral projection, a bureaucratic phantasm. He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
I got it. You're only here on personal business.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in.
And there's only one important question. What's that? Does Kim like me? Yes, I got the achievement because Kim thinks I'm a good cop. Hey, Jova, welcome in. And Zarchin, thank you for lurking. Hope you're well. But this is an urgent matter. I need to get in touch with the committee.
Yes, you've made your persistence quite clear. Under normal circumstances, I would have to insist you go through the regular channels.
No, you can't let them give you the runaround.
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer.
Why do I need to go through Archer to speak to the committee?
You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and communications infrastructure in Revachol.
Hold on, it's watching us too?
And listening. It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio, photographic, and meteorological monitoring instruments.
Down with the moral intern. Oh boy.
I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristol-Mune Convention.
So how does one go about contacting a coalition warship?
This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it, so it might be safer to get in touch from the ground.
Uh-huh.
But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-coalition use. Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno-tinkerers to do it.
I wonder if, Suna could help me with that. Do you know any of these tinkerers?
Unfortunately not, no. I don't have the pleasure. I am merely a representative of the coalition government, not very well versed in technology. But you?
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might be able to help with.
Exactly. I love how this is all coming together.
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm sure you'll figure something out.
Thank you for your time.
Always my pleasure to be of assistance to the RCM. Godspeed, and if we don't meet again, bonne chance.
Kim, why are you enabling this? Because Kim is awesome and Kim understands what I'm trying to do here. And me and Kim are buds, and he finds himself willingly coming along on my adventures because he likes it even if he can't admit it. Can you see my thought cabinet real quick? Sure. So we've got inexplicable feminist agenda. We've got Kingdom of Conscience. We've got Lonesome Long Way Home. I haven't actually really done much with this one. We've got Jamais Vu, which I do get a lot of use out of. Volumetric Shit Compressor. Again, this one doesn't really do much for me. 15th Indo Tribe. Actual Art Degree, Motorway South, Cop of the Apocalypse, and Wasteland of Reality. I am somehow both a moralist and an absurdist of sorts. Volumetric shit compressor is mostly there for the corpse and the tree check. Yeah. One thing you like about this game is that it will never get old, right? You see what is happening here? Okay, what's happening here? Describe me to myself based on my thought cabinet. A rare chance to analyze me since I so rarely talk anything political or even too philosophical on stream. Yet this game is laying it bare for all of you to see. You feel like I like being under the microscope a little too much? Why is that?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pick up the radio again.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
I need to report a dead body on the Martinez boardwalk.
One moment.
You can hear her shuffling through some
Can you
papers.
please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
An unidentified middle-aged man. Height 170 to 175 centimeters. Dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk, and hit his head against the metal bench. It's a joke about how I'm psychoanalyzing myself on stream. I'm hoping I can compromise myself out of existential dread by finding a middle ground between absurdism and doom thinking. Let me know how that goes for you. I feel like that's close, but not quite there. You're a not yet middle-aged white guy living in a late-stage capitalist society, probably have a degree or are certainly educated enough to have one, so probably pretty chill and open to people. Well, yeah, I'm not middle-aged. We all know it's a capitalist society. I have a technical degree. I don't know if that fits your profile. I mean, technically it's an Associates of Science, but it's in machining. Probably pretty chill and open to people. I like to think I am. Yeah, so I definitely, I like the existential and absurdist stuff in the game. So as soon as I learned about the Pale, that fascinated me. And it made a lot of other things, it's a very existential philosophy that puts a lot of other things in perspective and is sort of like, okay, can we stop squabbling about things and, like, worry about what we can do while we're here? Which is sort of like my philosophy in life, you know, is like, can we focus on what we can do good in the time that we have, maybe? Can we do that? Matt Noctum, Harry is middle-aged as heck, yeah. Yeah, I'm 29, and yes, certain streamer friends of mine have called me old for that, but I don't think 29 qualifies as middle-aged. You might like the novel set in the same universe as the game. There are no official translations from Estonian, but there are some decent fan translations. Oh, maybe. Technically, anyone can be middle-aged if they die at the right time. I mean, yeah, relative, it's possible I'm their relative. I hope not. I hope I'm not middle-aged yet. Yeah. Okay, we described the
He might
body.
have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No, seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary. What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. I found a library card from his pockets.
Any information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. It belongs to someone named Billy Majon.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We're taking the case. Liked the communist path in the game because it was dripping self-awareness from clearly Marxist writers. So, I saw something on Twitter. I don't know if you all know this, but on Steam, there is this thing called a woke game detector. And the woke game detector doesn't recommend this game because of LGBTQ support. And also, they wrote in their review that there was a lot of communism, but the game, it was not abundantly clear if it was pro or anti-communist. There was just a lot of it. And somebody posted that on Twitter and said that that was the most damning evidence that this game was written by leftists. Saw someone talking about the fact that we've heard of middle-aged as being like 45 to 50-ish, but the average life expectancy of a man currently is like 70 to 75. Yes, but I think of it as middle adult age. So take away the first 18 years, then you go 19 to, 30, 40 something. Once you're in your 40s, 50s, you're middle-aged. Once you're 60s, 70s, you're senior. If you think of it in like trimesters of adulthood, then that is middle age. It's a good way to look at it too. Thank you.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant King Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I've got a hunch here. Before I go to the library,
7th, over and out.
I'm going to talk to the woman. So probably don't need this flashlight out the whole time. Oh, where is the woman? I guess I shouldn't assume that she would spend all of her time standing outside the same bookstore that I met her, like a video game character, and will instead, have something of a life and not be at the bookstore 24/7. It's definitely a working class story, regardless of which ideology in the game you tend to. Game hits you over the head with the disconnect between those that have the luxury of grand ideas, but we're just normal people trying to live our life and do a little bit of good. Right. I see you're doing moralist things from the title. Viva, welcome and good to have you. Yes, we are doing moralist things today.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Hold on. Okay. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to the librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Majon, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
Love Shivers so much. Me too. I don't have much invested in Physique, but I have a number of points invested in Shivers.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Yes, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
I believe I know where that is.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Do you have any other information on Billy Majon?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Do you know someone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
You hear someone answer from afar.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
I guess I should ask these questions, but I feel like I already know who she is.
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later, on the lookout.
Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Can Marie describe to me what the husband looked like?
Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second.
The librarian turns away from the phone again and relays the question.
Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Thank you, that's all for me. I have no other questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
The librarian hangs up and the call gets redirected back to the station with a soft click.
Anything else you need from me?
I'm done with the radio for now.
57th, over and out.
Her voice disappears into the void.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Let's check on this ice cream maker. We're running like 4 quests at once. I don't know how long I have left in the game, and I don't really want to know. I like the element of tension and not knowing, but it's definitely making me be like, oh, we have to do all of these things all at the same time.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Game is making you wish you were a cop/detective. And this game makes you glad you're not. Be fun as fuck to question people and solve crime. You think so? You think that would be the reality of it? I don't know that you actually get to be philosophy cop in real life when that's your job, you know? Oh, it's only these I can interact with. Let's try this one.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20.
ACAP, I'm almost afraid to ask what the P stands for. I mean, if more cops were like Harry, bound and determined to ask every single possible question in a situation, regardless of how relevant it is to the investigation, feel like we'd solve more crimes. Also, no gun, no problem. All cops are philosophers. You know, that sounds like a platonic ideal, to be sure. Fortunately, I think real police detectives don't get to spend time on the clock exploring random buildings and clothes shopping. Yeah. All right, you know what we should do? Is for my friends on Twitch, we have an ad coming up in a minute, and I'm gonna be honest, I could use a 90-second restroom break. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and roll the ad, and I'm gonna take a real quick break, get most of the ad out of the way, and then when I come back, we will let this poor woman know what happened to her husband. I bet there's gonna be tears inbound, so look forward to that. And I'll see you all in just a second. Appreciate you. Oh, are the clips still broken? Maiko, thank you for trying that. Man, I gotta look into the back end of Firebot and see what's going on there. I don't know what that's about. What do you call a boy who stopped digging holes? Douglas. Thank you for for that contribution. We're gonna run out these last 45 seconds just because I know we have some people in here not subscribed who were watching along and engaging, so don't want them to miss this because this seems like a pretty big event. Starfield has a chokehold on your brain again as you've been prepping a new save for the DLC launch. Galaxy, I mean this with like no malice or sarcasm or anything. I'm truly glad you're enjoying it. I have felt no urge to go back to Starfield and get ready for the DLC. You know what I mean? Love that for you. Yeah, in in the least um subversive way that I can say that. Yes, I love that for you. Love that for everyone but me. Surprised there is DLC for it, seeing how the reviews were. I mean, they have to. They sold it with DLC coming out. Not for everyone. I just play the game doing the things I enjoy in it versus forcing myself to do the things I don't. And that's the great thing about Bethesda games, really. All right, our ads are done. So let's go ahead and knock on this door.
The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
Hold on, Kim. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
He looks at the apartment door and lowers his voice a bit.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself.
By the way, Tailsteak, I'm not trying to bribe you, but I saw Amoeba said something about a webcomic you were working on, maybe. We do have a Discord you can find in my links in my About. If you'd like to join it and share that, you'd be more than welcome. Like I said, not trying to bribe you to join the Discord, no pressure, but if you wanted a place to share it, especially if it's something that you think that Disco Elysium fans might like, feel free to share it there.
Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Noted, thanks. Not on Discord often, but check it out. Yeah, sounds good. I don't want to like push anybody to that platform, but it's just a place where we hang out as a community. I don't know if Maiko, if you're able to give them the verified role. Actually, I'm on windowed borderless. I should be able to. Jova gets a verified. All right. Let's see. Do you have any advice on how to tell her he's... Yeah.
Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
It's considered rude to assign Discord roles in the middle of telling someone their husband died. Just saw a bunch of chat rooms pulled up once I said that seamless quality. Yeah, you won't be able to do much in the Discord if I don't verify you.
Good advice.
All right, I think I'm ready. Y'all, chat, are you ready?
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Knock.
Hello? Who is it?
A voice calls out from the other side of the door. Is this Billy Méjean's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
You hear shuffling inside.
There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
And we got one more. Tailsteak gets a verified.
it's you from the bookstand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
F5, brother. Oh, no.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here.
Why do I have chills for doing this? This game is so good.
He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
How about some small talk before you break the news?
Man, it feels... Why does it feel immoral to go into small talk when you're keeping this thing from them? I'm very empathetic. Yeah, and Kim is here. I identified a bunch of stuff. Yeah. I almost sold Kim's handkerchief. I'm glad I didn't. So how have you been?
How have I been? You're not here to discuss me. What is this about, officer?
Can't write a scene without knowing the actors. Ask more. Get comfortable around her.
Too much small talk lowered my chance. You live here with Victor, your husband, right? You know what? I'm not gonna risk lowering the chance even more.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
Wow, I passed an impossible empathy check. Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Majan, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Your husband, Victor Majan, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
Are we good? My YouTube just told me I'm offline. Oh, looks like YouTube's back. You see me? Okay, so I guess it was just a problem with the one service. She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater. Seem okay to me? Okay, cool.
Oh. But he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
Hey, Kraz, thank you for lurking. I hope you're having a great day as well. It's good to see you.
What happened to him?
She turns to you. Her neck and cheeks are covered with red blotches. Her double chin is shaking. It's still early to say, but at first glance, it seems like he slipped and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role, yes.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold.
Sounds good on this end. Thank you, Kraz.
How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It's hard to say at this point.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
The lieutenant takes out his handkerchief and offers it to the woman. She nods and slowly wipes away her tears. Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly.
It burns like acid. Unreal.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
No, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
She nods, but with a wretched expression.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over cheeks that have become numb.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
She runs out of breath. Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her, leave the room.
You did well.
The lieutenant says as soon as you've left the apartment. The balcony feels cool and quiet, with a stunning view over the district. I could have done more.
You did enough.
He pauses, rubbing his hands together to generate some heat.
Can save the whole world, you know.
Love that you did all that with a giant hydraulic pry bar in your hand. Yes, I did indeed. Yeah. Krusty says the same. Maybe next time lose the giant crowbar.
Can't bring the dead back.
Nod. What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
Right. This is closed then.
Let's go.
What's amazing about this game is that I talked to that woman on a whim, and I kept bothering her on a whim, or else I never would have known that was a mission. And then I only came across the body because I was looking for the Sunday friend, and I stumbled onto the boardwalk. Yeah, I could have just had no idea about any of that. And now we're sad. One thing I want to check.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Yeah, this is a super high level conceptualization check, and I'd love to pass it. You like Cindy? Cindy's pretty cool. This game has huge replay value, that's why you keep watching different people's playthroughs. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to get to play through this multiple times because I have so many games to stream, but I am definitely going to be watching other people's playthroughs. Piss, Slur, and Fuck the World send their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
They seem to hold you in high esteem.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Skulls are cool. Can I be a skull?
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
Okay, then, how's that?
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something.
Sir, you are a cop.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency.
Were you not here when I shot at the child?
This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
What? I'm pretty sure we shot at a child. Okay, among Disco Elysium players, what's the vibe on save scumming? Is it widely accepted? Is it frowned upon? Because so far, it wasn't Kuno, it was Kunyesa. Or Kunoes, I think is her name. You always save scum. So far, I've really liked living with the consequences of my actions. But you do, but you already know what's where. You'd say play it straight, but... You haven't played this, but when it comes to games like this, you save scum. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've liked the risk of making, taking chances on things and living with them. But there are some things that I want to know how they play out. You know what? I can always... I don't know. We'll think on this one because it's not time limited. We'll say this check is better passed than failed. Not all checks are like that. I see. You will lose an XCOM campaign after 2 weeks and smile. Okay, let's try the ice cream maker again. Need an alternate phrasing for save scumming. Why is that?
This orange machine is dead still.
Dave 4, I don't even know what that means. It just fills me with tension. What saves do is their business. There's a few specific checks you'll save scum regularly on replays, and one you absolutely always will scum because the failure is so awful. I see. Welcome in, Sam.
It's you again. What is it?
So I talked to Claudia about the tape.
And?
And nothing. She stands by what she said.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
It was dark stuff, but it didn't prove anything. And it didn't change her mind.
Dark? Dark is when you start a goddamn death rock band. He said he'd rape her.
He shakes his head in disbelief.
What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Actually, I think it made her a little nostalgic. See, none of these are very professional answers. She did not say whoop-de-doo. My impression of it was number 4, but I don't know if I would be doing the right thing as, a member of the RCM to be saying that. We'll say it did not come as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn psycho whore.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance to play along. She still didn't.
Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
Her voice is a bit softer than earlier.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind it smooth.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Maybe she isn't who you thought she was.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
She's a hardcore party girl with a bigger death wish than mine.
Yeah, you're right about that. She takes way too many drugs.
Well, it's as they say. You can't do anything with an underdose.
The Mesk says with a philosophical look in his eyes. Thank you, Maiko. I appreciate you.
Yeah, underdose isn't an actual word.
Yeah, but I mean, she has an actual drug problem. Not like you. Not like us. I don't think I've ever seen her sober.
I think you had a lie planned, but she didn't play along.
I ask for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
This tape was the last chance for her to do what was planned.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us, unlike you.
Oh no, he's definitely compromised too. It's his hubris. Sadly, not much to do about it now.
Well, wait a second. Volition seems to think everybody is compromised by Klaasje. Now, do I trust Volition? Or do I trust the other attributes? I'm not sure.
Fantastic. So now, you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here.
Always trust Volition.
Yeah, guys. We should get a party going tonight.
Why?
Maybe not then.
Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened? Wrap this up.
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember. I know you're tired. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you, them, and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said,
Fuck off!
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
Yeah.
There's a silence in the room. Elaine starts saying something, then thinks best not to.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Ooh, 92% chance. Godly rhetoric check. Convince Titus he is being manipulated.
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
One of his boys will. High rhetoric too. I took some strong skills. I was really impressed with the intellect and psyche skills. I really have enjoyed my playthrough with them.
Fat Angus, the powerful guy, Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker.
Way better odds than the last live stream you caught.
Just remember, it's about more than Klaasje. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility. Outside, in the midday sun, ruins. The pavements are cracked and the benches peeling. Newspapers blow in the wind.
You took a penalty on your rhetoric for being obnoxious as a communist. 10 out of 10 left this game. That's it then. Case closed. We're going home, Kim.
Huh?
The lieutenant raises his brow.
He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you. Wait, why is this my only option?
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Because you work for the wrong people.
Goddamn right. This is Union Town. You work for the company, we will kill you.
Fuck, Dennis. We don't kill you if you work for the company. Half the harbor works for the company.
Work for the wrong company, and they execute you.
They club you from behind, string you up, and go back to drinking.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We didn't hit him, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
Turn to Angus. Or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him? For no fucking reason?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
He takes a breath, wheezing.
Shut up, Angus!
He was dead before you hanged him?
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
The room falls quiet, so quiet you can hear Angus wheeze.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
She walks off without looking back. Hey, Darkin, welcome in. Not so much the belt, but the gun strapped to it, yeah. How is it going? It's going pretty well, Darkin. I hope you're well.
What just happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
So who killed the merc then? Any leads?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
And you had ideas about his past too?
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got
Thanks, Eugene.
Training. Years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell.
Maybe they'd have leads if they weren't drinking in this booth 18 hours a day. Yeah, for dock workers, I never see them working in the dock.
Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I
There's a strike going on. Yeah, that little detail.
This clown dance with you.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
So you didn't kill him. He was already dead.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue. Hands covered in blue gloves. Mouths covered by blue masks. Bodies by blue aprons. The coroner wipes his brow, scalpel still in his hand. Get the light. Shine it in his mouth, he tells his assistant. The coroner squats to better see the light illumines. the darkness inside. Well, shit. Can't blame them for missing that. Get the saw, Alan. This just got fun.
Why?
Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
What happened Sunday night?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you know?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
He turns back to you. What happened then?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Who's Tibbs, the 8th Hardy?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Tibbs. That's short for?
Short for Tiberius. You get the option for any different companions in this, or are you set with the same one? No, it's pretty much, as far as I know, it's pretty much Kim is your companion. But there's lots of different people that you can make affiliations with and go on quests for and such.
Yeah. Good man.
Bet their father's name, Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would be their sister. Anyway.
Companion. Mr. Goodbappin, it's just a best viewers bot. If Claudia didn't kill him, why the cover-up?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
She told me some people were after her, from Orania. She wouldn't say more.
Yeah, she wouldn't. She's fucked if she shows up on police radar.
Depending on which specialization you chose in your character creation, your tie can be a companion. Oh yeah, I got the necktie. I did get the necktie. These people, who are they?
They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
Whose idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers?
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the 2 girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other girl?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker, the missing 8th Hardy.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
A little too far there, but you're definitely right.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You know, it's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus. There's that inexplicable feminist agenda coming in. Let's say, understood, can you tell me anything about her? Name, current location?
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Claudia you want to talk to.
Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go...
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large windows in their frames. It carries newspapers, circles the whirling in rags in a warm column.
She, Clausia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection.
But you would still prefer if we didn't take her away.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
The lieutenant slides his notebook into his coat pocket. He turns to leave. Am I winning? I hope I am. Alright, confront Clausia. Blew that case wide open. Unless we find some other twist, because that's how this game goes. BRB, take your time.
It's always good to see you.
Laura said she'd go to Everett after taking a long walk by the coast, right?
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy Boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
You don't look surprised. You were expecting this.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions. No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. This will let her dictate the terms of your...
Never made it far in this game, got a game over pretty quick. The first time I played this game, so this is a first playthrough, but I played about 2 hours of it before. The first time I played this game, I died in the intro room.
Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
Is she implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
The Hardy Boys are not the law. We are. Also only played a couple of hours, but didn't know you could die that early. Yeah, you can die in, I want to say, your very first action outside of the intro dialogue. Cool, I'm satisfied with this explanation.
I know that. But the people around here, they don't see it that way. And if I am to stay here, I need to get along with them.
That's not a good enough reason.
You're right. There's more.
More?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
She reaches for a new cigarette.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, golden grey in the noonlight.
What lies beyond it?
The Pearl, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje, the old world.
Is that why you're looking over your shoulder? You're afraid of the moral intern?
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
She lights the cigarette. What's going on? What did you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What I love about Claus's vantage point is that not only can she see the tree, she can also see your party spot up by Renee's guard booth and the butter sign. She's had a front row seat. I'm not quite sure I get the significance of that. Maybe it's something that'll come to light in a bit.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Fucked. People after her. Moral intern, people. This isn't Orionese lit. Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
You said you studied Orionese lit. What is with this fugitive stuff?
I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of, transitioned out of the whole culture scene.
What did you do to have those people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravishol, or even in Orania.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
He taps on his notebook.
The job was Lewsdoen County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewis Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Lowe's Cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
It's a lot of shit you've gotten yourself into.
It is. Many people lost their jobs.
Option 3, that's the crusty option.
Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting...
She shakes her head at the thought.
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
I don't have kings. That's true, but that's kind of horseshoe theory in action. Sorry, I say I don't get political, but come on, that's a freebie that you gave me.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
She says it quickly, like she's said it 100 times to
Let
herself.
me add that to my profile of you.
Idea. Out of guilt.
That's not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
I don't either.
There you have it. The way of the warrior.
What happened here the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could...
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it.
Hey, Boogie, welcome in.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
You were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
So my feeling was right earlier. He was enjoying the moment of his death.
Yes, but how did you know that?
You asked her before if he enjoyed it. She avoided it. How did I not discern it was a lie? You know how.
He just had a hunch. Detectives have those sometimes.
Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the
Utterly
pillow, flushed
unhinged
his
comment.
cream, then run downstairs.
There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her sides.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
I'm sorry this happened to you.
So am I.
So I was right. Officer, what the fuck are you talking about?
She throws it away and immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
Why didn't you run away from here? As a matter of fact, why are you here now?
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
Can't believe we got shit for wrecking our hotel room days after there was a shooting in another. Listen, the hotel managers, they are done with it. They have had enough. What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full.
You know what I noticed thinking about this ballistically is that the man smoking on the balcony and the Sunday friend who saw the hanging, if I'm lining things up in my head, they would be in a perfect position to take this shot. And the man on the balcony always talked about how much he loved the view. So now I don't want anything like confirmed or denied or like foreshadowed, but I don't know. It's just a thing that I'm noticing and thinking.
Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Before we continue, who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Okay, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
She looks at the ground, then raises her light brown eyes to meet yours. Then what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
This Ruby. Where is this Ruby now?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later. What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot.
It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Clausia.
Much to think about. When it happened, did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
Could the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone.
She looks at her cigarette.
So they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
Either way, something to consider.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
Why did you call the cops if you are hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
The answer comes fast.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
So you would have us believe, but you're not.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
Claudia, I'm sorry to inform you, but Kuna doesn't give a fuck.
Oh god, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course. Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer. And it makes you sweat.
I don't like that the voices are arguing with each other now. Now we're all unreliable narrators. When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
She takes a drag.
You should have a look at that window. Reconstruct the scene. It's right here. So near.
In her bedroom, inside.
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
Maybe the real unreliable narrators were the friends we made along the way. The voices in your head never disagreeing. I just said I don't like it. Did you kill Lely?
What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this.
There's a silence.
He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
It could have been a desire murder. Maybe an act of jealousy. He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun. Somewhere, lying around. Close to her hand. Now, you guys suddenly have theories pouring out. When they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
Downstairs people have this crazy idea that you killed him. Making all the checks. I mean, I have put so many points into these things. I've really enjoyed having these attributes.
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration, or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me.
So are you 0 on all physical attributes? Right now I'm 0 on physical instrument. I'm 1 on electrochemistry. I'm 2 on half-light. And then 1 on hand-eye coordination and 2 on perception, reaction speed, savoir-faire, and composure. So yeah. Okay, I'd like you to answer some other questions, miss.
Like what?
I think we're done here for now.
She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
The lieutenant glances at you, then at the door.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody.
High Fizz is really fun too. I'm sure it is. I'm sure this game is built in a way that it's really gratifying to play a variety of different builds. Welcome in, literally Poop. It's good to have you.
No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
Drama Legendary 14. Just noticed you shaved Harry. I did shave Harry. If you want a 0 intelligence High Fizz playthrough, there's some old Dodger vids. Okay, I think I vaguely am aware of who that is. All gas, no brains. Alright, I got a 92% chance to make this check. Come on, let's do it.
Who? What? Dear Lord, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not the most fair and just at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
Genuinely curious how you got the body down with these stats. I tried shooting it, and that didn't work. Man, how did I get the body down? I'd have to go back and check the VOD. I think I might have found some type of cutter that... Oh, Measurehead. That's right. Yeah, we got Measurehead to do it. And then I was unable to get the boots off because I lacked any skills. Recruited the racist, the advanced racist. That's wild. Every playthrough of this game, I believe, has got to be wild. Okay, like, I don't want to know everything that can happen in the game yet. But let's just say I have spent 5 minutes in another Disco Elysium stream when I rated over, and I fully believe that every playthrough of this game is wild. It sounds like something a centrist would do. Hey, I did the reasonable thing and got the body down.
Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yes, start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it. No rush.
Krusty gonna need a bathroom break drinking all this tea.
See?
You know, I think you didn't make that call to the station.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
Say nothing.
She stands before you, holding her back very straight.
Your real name isn't Klasia Amandu.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Her voice cracks suddenly, Like there's a garrote around her neck. Oh, sorry. We do have an ad. I apologize. I got so lost in track of time. Man, what to do? Because this is important. I don't like playing through important parts when we have an ad, because I don't want anybody to miss anything for not being subscribed. I wish I could just turn ads off. That's not your real name. Okay. Raise your hand if you're in an ad and not able to see what's going on. Oh, well, I guess if they're in an ad and not able to hear me, they wouldn't be able to respond to that. Tell us a story. There once was an alcoholic detective that was so ugly, everyone died. The end. In an ad knocked him stream. Doomsday Cop for sure. Do I have another? I think I might have another skill point we can spend while we're sitting here. I've just got a gut feeling that this is going to be a tough visual calculus check. I think we might need it. When we go to look out the window and see what we can figure out. I'll be glad to have a little more visual calculus on my side. Okay, what I like about where I'm at right now is everything on Thursday, I know where I'm at with it and what I need to do for the next steps. That has not always been true. Oh, and we can also call Alice for info on the armor's owner. Yet her lack of motorics is the funniest. You could say, in a way, I'm playing an exaggerated version of myself. Only difference is I can't actually shoot. I would have totally hit that strap. But I am pretty notoriously clumsy and not that strong. This man is extremely intelligent and emphatic, but he cannot walk 3 steps without tripping over his feet. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit of a self-insert. All right, we somehow managed to yap our way through the ad break. You like 4422? Think that was what you played your first time? It's been a really rewarding playthrough. There's only been a couple of times so far, fingers crossed, only been a couple of times where I've felt like it has held me back from something, versus a lot of times I feel like it's pulled through for me. Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
Good. You can tell me the truth. Explains why you've done sorry art, Hobocop.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
Was the passport bullshit too? That passport you keep hidden?
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Not sure you're ready for that level of self-reflection to start a playthrough in this case.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
It's a very Dutch name, said in a very French accent. Yeah, it's interesting how things are coded in this, like, Mesk being very much, like, Latin coded, and then you have a lot of Slavic-type people. Like, it's clear that they wanted to draw parallels, but without using actual races and ethnicities, so that they could have this sort of dialogue without, I guess, running aground of real world things. It's pretty interesting because it's done well. It feels believable. Orania is Franco-Dutch coded.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
Where is this buoy?
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds. On the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds. We have to check this buoy out. Accept task.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
If it wasn't Measurehead, would not be possible. Don't even like thinking how gnarly his convos would be. Oh, yeah.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here. Past a broken sewage pipe. Right near the waterline.
Tell me your real name.
It's Katarzyna Lazie.
The smile on her face is timid. Almost painfully so.
It's a Grad name. Jimsk or Yugo-Grad in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music infused alcoholism.
So the Oranese lit, that was a cover.
It also makes Klasia almost an alacronym for Katarzyna Alazia.
Oh, wow. That's a cool fact. I'm glad I got that challenging conceptualization success. Wait, Klasia is an abbreviation of Katarzyna Alasia?
It was a sentimental thing. I wanted to be more me here, this time. So I used my nickname.
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Klasia?
Who gave it to you?
A teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago.
Hold on. Katarzyna Alasia is not an Oranese name, is it? It's not even Mundi. It's Grad.
My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranie. Alasia is my father's name.
I'll keep calling you Klasia. This feels like the play if I don't want to make any big decisions just yet.
That's cool.
She looks at the ashtray, then up at you.
She doesn't feel like a Klasia. She feels like nothing.
Enough.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
Truly unhinged. Kim, why have we not arrested her yet?
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
What if I told you you're under arrest, Klasia?
Klasia.
She repeats with a pained smile on her face, her back pressed against the railing.
It was my first real boyfriend who gave me that name. He never recovered from the shit we went through. Because of me.
Who was he?
He was a writer. He made Oranese lit. And I destroyed him.
She looks you in the eye, her mouth quivering.
I know I'm shit. I know. But I haven't done anything. At least nothing illegal.
Failure to aid a police investigation. She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case. Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
Oh, welcome back, Maiko. No, bad. let's not make it about punishment. And we're not going to be making it about upholding international law. The hardest parts of the game are when you need to be a real cop. That needs to be a review of this game. Look, she is a suspect. She is a flight risk. I need to have her under control. You're a suspect in a murder investigation. You're a flight risk. That is all the reason I need.
The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
Her eyes become round with fear. She tries to back further off.
I think I know who did it. I know who shot Leslie. You know it wasn't me. Why would I do it? I have no motive.
What do you know? Who shot him?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby.
Why do you think it was her?
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
And what is that?
Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started
They were
protecting
roommates.
me. It became an unhealthy relationship. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she's romantically interested in you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
The lieutenant narrows his eyes.
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
This is just sensationalism and guesses.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching?
So did we get our shoe back? We did, and then we got a new pair of shoes that are pretty cool. So yes, welcome in.
Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
When Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship with the deceased, was she threatening you?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it.
That's more shoes than feet.
And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
She looks through the window of her room.
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
And how could she have killed him?
She could have had access to the roof. You've noticed that door there, right? Maybe it leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof through that, then taken the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
The more extreme the threats, the deeper the love. Ugh. Can't tell, but Harry has shoes on his hands now, too.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She used to come here to drink on the roof with me, before it got weird.
Okay, that's it for Ruby.
Okay, and what? Arrest the liar now. Don't arrest her. Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful.
This doesn't feel like authority is being trustworthy here. Who?
Her. Stop letting her distract you.
It's all good. I wish I could bring her in, but under her assumed name. I want to know where she is in the future. I want to have access to her, but I don't want her name pinged in records for the people who are searching for her. It's all good, but I think we should still take you in just in case.
Still? After all this, sir, please. It's a shitty world, and I know I'm shitty too. I know.
Her hand turns into a fist, slowly, crushing the cigarette she's still holding.
But I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I disturbed the sanctity of accounting. That's some multinational.
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
What other option do I have?
You have those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive. You can write me one. You don't have to take me in right now. I promise I won't go out anymore at night. I'll be right here. I know you can do that. Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months, or maybe even 1 month. That's all I need.
I do have a farm.
You're already a fugitive, right? So Kim looks at his notes.
That's it. I'm calling it. Kim is beyond compromised. Definitely, sire.
What will have changed in 2 months or 1 month?
Everything could change. This city, the extradition rules, the people after me could be in jail. Or maybe Ravishor.
I want to be a cop but not enforce the international ruling class while doing so. All right, then.
There is desperation there, in that silence. A cornered animal looking for a way out.
Maybe Ravishol could be free. I could be tried in a free Ravishol. An independent state that doesn't hand its detainees over to the moral intern.
A free Revachol. There is a low, distant rumble on the motor tracks. A great
Hello,
machine
Gordon.
shaking the pillars down.
Hey,
south.
kind. Welcome in.
Electricity runs up your spine.
I find that hard to believe, miss.
The handcuffs jingle in his hands. What was that feeling?
It's coming.
Okay, Shivers. Our friend has returned and you are happy. What do you mean, kind? Spooks? Another streamer? I know a couple who have Spook in their name. Talk spooky to me? Were they absent? I also find it hard to believe.
Don't. The world can change. It has changed before.
She looks at you, frozen to her spot.
That's not the answer she was hoping for. Thought that you were some kind of patriot or communard, did she?
Oh, they were on hiatus. Okay, sorry, meant to be brief for etiquette, but was excited. Yeah. No, I hope they got whatever they needed out of their time away and had a good return back. You know, you hate to see people go or not be active, but at the same time, sometimes that's what life needs. So I just wish all the best and that people make the best decision for them. But it's great when someone can come back and it's good for them.
This was her last card. There is nothing more she can say. The final decision is yours. You alone stand on the throne of your mind.
How am I? I'm doing pretty okay. We're in the middle of Disco Elysium, which has been a great game that I highly recommend. And just trying to get a few streams in before my month becomes really busy. Ad is doing pretty okay. Glacia is doing well. I've made my choice, decide what to do with her. Hey, thank you for lurking. I hope you're well.
She looks at you in silence, her face filled with fear, lips parted. Wait. If you arrest her, Kim will have to transport her. You'd be without your partner for the rest of the day. Shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
Excited as hell for Space Marine, but also more excited to afford it. Yeah, I understand. I heard people are really into that one. I never played the first one. I can't trust Glacia. I don't. Neither, but 2 looks amazing. It did look pretty good from what I saw of it. I don't trust that she doesn't disappear. My feeling is that she probably is over her head and not a mastermind, but I still think she's not trustworthy because she's trapped and desperate. So she's still lying and manipulating. I don't think she's ultimately the one that should take the fall, but I also think if I give her any grace, there's a good chance she just disappears. And then if I'm wrong about her participation, then she's just gone. So here's the gut call. If I think she did it, I feel like I should arrest her now. If I think she didn't do it and she's going to be killed for her corporate crimes, then I should write her the station call and hope that she doesn't disappear as a backup. Feel like that one has a lower chance of failure because it's only removing my backup if I'm wrong, not my primary plan. You want to be a good moral intern, boy. See, the funny thing is, and this is the thing about systems and organizations, the moralist thing to do is maybe not decide with the ostensibly moralist institution. So I'm more on moralism as a guiding philosophy than I am serving any particular group. So that feels okay to me. All right. Let's write you a station call, Claudia. If you miss it, I can't help you anymore. Moralist thing to do would be to convene a committee about it. Well, I would gladly put Kim on that committee, and Kim seems to agree with me that we can write her a station call. I honestly think it's not what she needs. I don't think things are going to be any better for her in a month. But I think it's the least risk.
I won't.
She takes the slip, shaking visibly, then she collects herself.
This may have been a grave mistake, sire. Maybe, maybe not. Mercy is rarely a complete mistake.
I promised I will be right here all the time, nights too. I'll help you any way I can in this investigation, and I will be at Station 41 in 6 weeks. I promise.
Let's talk about you and Ruby again.
She nods, then nervously pulls.
Ah, that's all about Ruby. Let's change the subject for the time being.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Oh, I can't access my inventory. Hold on. Let's return to this later. No, you know what? I'll try this now, and if I need to bump up Shivers, then I can... No, let's do this.
As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all.
You wait right here, lady. I have to wear another hat. I was right.
If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate.
Looks like love did him in after all.
She's silent, holding on to her coffee mug. No vapor rises from it. It's cold. It appears this one has not been entirely corrupted. This may help. This may help the others see.
Say nothing. Let her answer.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real.
You tucked her coffee cold. Why?
Easier that way.
She takes a sip. Was it real?
I don't know.
She looks down at the yard, then back into her coffee.
Real as anything.
Finish thought. Had something for Shivers.
Officer. It's a
17% chance. Look up to the gray sky.
Nothing happens. There is a mass of droplets above the planetary body, colorless, merging into one another. The sky is low and cold. You hear the distant murmur of motor connections somewhere south of here. That is all.
So, officer, what were we talking about? In the final hours of this twilight world.
See, she believes the apocalypse is coming too. Let's get back to those lies you told.
Lies?
She repeats, then trails off. It's unclear what she intended to say.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear.
Okay.
She slowly. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Damn, Drama is having a day. I think it's because I passed that legendary check. Yeah, chill, Drama. Push.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets.
Where does this lead to?
I don't know, Lieutenant Freighter.
He makes a note.
It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Do you think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers.
Tap on the roof with your foot.
A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
Leave. Okay, so I was thinking that he was shot from this direction. I thought there was a window over here where he was shot that way. But no, it looks like, because she's saying the shot could have come from here, that it would come from this direction. So what's over there is a lot more. But it'd have to be tall enough. Like the church or something.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Run your finger across the surface of the glass.
Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
This window was recently replaced.
Looks like it, yes.
Okay, 92% chance.
The golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. A two-hearted spider.
What position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain.
Where does it come from?
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole, shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Inspect the ghostly figures.
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
Have a look at point A, the roof.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
So I'm what, 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from?
72%, with a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies.
Could the shot have come from inside the room? A closer point.
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective.
Are there any arguments against A prime, the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could there have been another point of origin further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez.
You would need a map for that. A map of Martinez.
Hey, where do I get a map of Martinez?
The bookstore. They have maps. You're thinking, what if the shot didn't come from the roof, right?
Yes.
Good. We should come back with a map and compare the landscape to the radius of the shot.
I guess I finally get my
same
map.
Two neon-lit shapes. A map.
Martinez, but also I think you were thinking of Revachol, which is correct also. Wow, the day just gets away from you when you're investigating murder. Impressed you managed 4 days without a map. I'm pretty good at navigating my way around areas.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop.
Oh, yeah. The reason I originally tried to break down the door was that I needed to put the body in the fridge. We took care of the body several days before I actually broke the door down. Sometimes it's necessary to resort to extreme measures.
I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape.
There's fast travel with a map, which can be handy. Yes, I have heard that. What are you talking about? It's just a door.
Just a door? This place is cursed detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well.
She closes her eyes and starts mumbling something to her pendant. Cursed, but I thought the curse wasn't real.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman.
She shrugs, visibly dejected.
All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on the path. There's little else to do. But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity?
Her eyes narrow as she whispers the name. Of course, the entity. I didn't see her, but I sensed her presence.
You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney, the passage between heaven and hell, of course. It all makes sense now.
Yes. That chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go.
She smiles and nods.
So where would I find a map? Unnatural magic? No thanks, I prefer natural magic. All organic magic.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages.
To a woman-shaped malicious entity. Map.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks.
If we find ourselves with lots of time, I will buy some of these books and board games, but right now I'm worried about having enough time.
Shelves filled to the brim.
Oh, these look like maps.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Map of Martinez. This could work, maybe.
I want to buy the map of Martinez.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Look at the map of Insulinda.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme.
What else?
Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, in a bookstore. It's you. Radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol. With a radius of 80 kilometers, still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible.
Squint first. Can you see cities on the islands?
You can. On Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu. On archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
Look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the West Azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. 850 million people live on these tiny dots. An oceanic world of culture and commerce, torn apart by history.
Can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is the one of Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Leave. It's a great lorry trap, though.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Trace a path through the grid.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Cool. Alright, we're gonna check on this ice cream maker again on our way back.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank.
Ice still slowly melting. I wonder if it's gonna take until the next day. That new voice had you shook. That's mostly the tutorial voice. I believe I should be done hearing that voice on day 4, but I have apparently missed stuff. She better still be there when I come back.
The same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman.
I have the
A ray of
map.
backward
Extrapolate
motion
the radius to include all of Martinez.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More precisely.
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Have a look at point B prime, the boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had
Roger, how's it going?
Thanks to
Even with the
Michael
light on
Druid for my
inside,
sub gift.
we're talking
Thank you,
military training.
Maiko,
At
for
that
the
distance, the
very
perpetrator
generous
would have
sub
had to
gift
take
to
wind
expensive
from
Roger.
directions
Good to have
into
you.
account.
Yeah, a 700-meter shot on a moving person hitting inside the mouth. I've hit targets on a flat range at 700 meters and with modern ballistic computers. And yeah, that's quite the shot. Easy peasy. Yeah, not at all. I should say I have missed far more shots than I have made at that distance. And not on a target that small either. Have a look at point B double prime, Land's End.
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
Have a look at point B triple prime, the islet.
1 kilometer away. An unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere. On an islet in the Bay of Martinez, perhaps. There are islets there. Badly charted as they may be.
I wonder if Joyce could take me over there to investigate.
The shot would have been a small miracle. 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see the angle. See, I was thinking originally the shot came from here into a window on this side. What if they used the power of disco? I guess it would have been possible then. Sniper also has shivers and used it as their Ultra HD spotter. Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Martinez?
From where, precisely?
Let's say B prime, the boardwalk, B double prime, Land's End, B triple prime, the islet.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
It's okay. I mean, a 28% chance, that's non-negligible.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. A simple hypothesis can be wrong, but it's something to build on.
She's still here? She is still here. Wonder if they have some tacos on the boardwalk. I'm hungry. All right, much to do. Much to do. Let's go down the coast. Let's look for... I forgot her name. The lawyer type. And you know what? Let's get this crowbar out of my hand. Getting tired carrying it around. Sniper with a horrific necktie. Just pull the trigger, bratan. Okay, so there's a lot of what to me qualifies as coast, so I'm going to be a little thorough here for a second.
Whoa, what have we here?
Should talking necktie would help keep them company when they have to, like, just perch up and lay there for a day or whatever. A bridge.
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Kim, it looks like we've got a construction code violation.
True. They never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Revachol looks better, though.
Inland Empire spotter. But, Lieutenant, think about the splinters.
The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
So the islets we're talking about are way over here. By the way, I'm pretty sure I have my gun back, but I never got any bullets. I hope it's loaded. You know, in case I need it. Or it could be your subtext-laden hype man. Just looking all around what would constitute a coast. Everett is helping me find my groove.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags.
Maybe the assailant climbed the comms tower, took the shot there.
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's
Maybe
no platform up there to aim from.
Maybe the campfire was used by the perpetrator.
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fire this time of year.
He looks around.
Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out biddable prime, was it?
Look over the water to the whirling in rags.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance and the air. You see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender.
Finish thought. Glacia also said there's a buoy in the reeds out here. Wow, the music got really loud in this area. Not that I'm complaining because it's good. How you doing, V? It's good to see you. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. What's this here?
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Take a closer look.
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
No.
Me neither.
You should still take it.
Crestafil, sick man name.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Man, how did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
Think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
No, they're not. I'm wearing ceramic gloves. Ew, flick your hands.
Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Well, I don't know that that helped me with anything. Got some money on the table over here.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Ah, this is stuff I should have investigated with the body. Examine the tear.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find.
A tragedy.
The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the smell.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness.
Alright, let's not spend time with this since we already... I wondered why there was a dialogue line about a kebab. That would be why. Wait, I want to go this way. Smoking lady and that whole Austin Powers reference. Not quite sure what you mean. What is this? Basically, just click anything you can, yeah. There are no kebab vendors in walking distance, a side mystery perhaps. Oh yeah, that is interesting. We'll grab that on the way back. Could this be the buoy Claudia told you about?
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look closer...
That, over there, must be the boy class you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
Yeah, I've never seen any of those, Love Glutton. Smoking Lady is the spot. Yeah, I've never seen any of those movies. Actually, a stereo kebab mystery.
Yes, spindly extremities have been here. Snap the cords keeping the buoy in place. A little longer, and it will be floating somewhere out in the open sea.
What?
Moves across the water, leaving no traces. You're cold again, as always.
Yes, but who or what is this?
Splendor.
We're lucky it's still here. A little longer, and it would have floated away.
Indeed. Let's see what's inside.
Pick up the buoy.
The buoy is not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom really have been torn or cut. You lift it out of the water easily, noticing how light it is.
Examine the plastic ball.
The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked.
All right, we have ads. I could use a short little break, so I'm going to run for a minute. I'm going to try not to take the full 3 minutes, since I have nothing going on my Be Right Back screen with the clips broken. So I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to let these ads roll, and I'll see you in just a minute. I appreciate you all for hanging out. All right, thank you all for hanging out. I've got to get those clips fixed. I did not realize that Seribot now has Capybara effect. Thank you, Rain. All right, let's see what's in this buoy. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
Shake the buoy.
There's something in there, splashing around.
Sniff the buoy.
It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop, and decay.
Open the buoy.
A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae, and nothing else.
Well, damn.
Literally poop, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. No documents. Who do you think took them?
I have no idea.
The lieutenant taps his foot, frowning. Says a minor quirk. We know what was in the buoy anyway.
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
I have no idea. Do you have any theories, Lieutenant?
Might have been Klasje. Might have been the people after her. Might have been a local drunk. We should go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
Let the empty buoy be. Another level. Wow, Wasteland of Reality really is not coming along. Oh yeah, my physical instrument is -2. I didn't even realize that was possible. Speaking of, let me put my tie back on. So much I could do. You know, let's use a little more suggestion. Does yellow mean I can't retry this?
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. Reached unable to piece together the big picture just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis.
I should have had that. I had an 82% chance. Yellow means you can see it due to perception. I had an 82% chance and I rolled 2 1s. I'm dumb.
The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smiling mouth, smiling its deadly smile, laughing at you, and the world, and the living.
Okay, so Sunday Friend is still here. Check the boardwalk. I feel like this could be something. Starting to think Kim isn't a shining beacon of patience and is actually just hiding that they in fact also love all the side stuff and nonsense. Too cool to admit how much fun they're having. Could be. Kim is very concerned about being cool. Kim is very cool, though, so... fair play, I guess.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Yes?
So you're eyeballing some crazy idea and you turn around and inside Kim is like, no, but outside Kim is like, good plan. It probably has no relevance to our case. Okay, I'm not sure where on the boardwalk I'm supposed to be investigating, or where to find the lady that... I wish I could remember her name. I think it's either near Sunday Friend or the dead body. Always forget this one and run around to find the trigger. Maybe I didn't go far enough out on the boardwalk. Sorry to backseat, but it's one of those silly things. No, that definitely seems like something that is useful considering I've checked both of those locations broadly. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. It's a long way down to your death from here, 20 meters at least. Kim is always paying attention to the side investigations. If it were me and I was uninterested, or thought it was pointless, couldn't be bothered to pay so much genuine attention. Right, no, Kim actually gets into this stuff. I mean, Elizabeth, the union fixer? Yes. She said she was going to go take a walk by the coast before going back to Everett. I hope it's not too late, and maybe she already finished her walk, and now she's going to go tell Everett. Because we did spend a long time with Klausya. Is Elizabeth the lawyer / gardener? Yes, that's who I'm looking for. Feel bad for that guy's kid. They've been there for a very long time. I was just thinking that. Okay, I'll take this money. Place to go would also be in the picture from the visual calculus check at Clausia's window. Genuinely always forget this one. How do I fast travel? I want to say it's the boardwalk where the Ferris wheel was meant to be. You have to be at a location to do it? Oh, so I'd have to go to the church or something. You know, on top of this building would be a great sniper spot. Or this other building that has a ladder. Yeah, I'm getting a whole lot of nothing. Alright. Let's travel back and check the visual calculus thing. Totally wrong about the boardwalk. Had to look it up before you went crazy. Okay.
Two neon-lit shapes, 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
B prime looks like the boardwalk. And they do mention that the wind is strong there. I feel like one of these things might qualify as a sniper's nest. This is pretty much the exact area it points to. Is there a way to get into this building or up on top of it? There is something here. So that's not an area that it says I can get to at all. So why is that? Dear Harry's such a centrist that he doesn't open locked containers. I don't know, I was kind of wondering if there was something I could do with this here. Hey, thanks for the hydrate. So, the answer was yes, but not what I was hoping for. Woke up strikes again. I feel like I've scoured this entire area. See, there's definitely multiple spots here that look like a sniper could have used them. I don't know, I had a feeling about the church earlier, maybe. The church is close and it's tall. And we need to talk to Suna anyways, so I guess we can try that real quick, but I'm not optimistic. You know what, we never went this way. Oh, it's not a way you can go.
White, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty.
Side investigations have a funny way of leading you where you need to be.
This is her innocence, Dolores Day.
Dolores Day, that's a name that we've heard.
Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress.
Kneel.
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Look up.
The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You.
It's compassion. No. it's morning.
As that terrible word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
Do the same as you get up.
Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
How did I know this is the mother of humanism?
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
Wait, what exactly is an innocence? I've read a book, but it was fuzzy.
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit.
A ruler.
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate innocent rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
Is one in office now?
No, we are alone.
What else do I know about her?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed.
An elected Jesus that can take control of governments. Where is this coming from?
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away. No, you must know.
Okay, what else? Was she smart?
Terribly. Women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
How come?
It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era.
Wow.
Wow indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt.
I want more.
As did we all. The lands of the Mest and the Occident, and even far away Supreme Windy, Altogether, 21 of the 40 Mundial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning.
Her crowning?
In a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky.
High Encyclopedia is nice, but it can be a lot of info to take in. It sure can. I mean, I like it. I like the opportunity to know more, but yeah, this is definitely info dump.
She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt.
She must have been beautiful.
Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen.
Then what?
One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
What?
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology.
Interesting. Was there something terrifying about her? It sure sounds like there was.
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But terrifying, it's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
No, there was something bad about her. I want to know.
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
What happened?
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity.
That all sounds very heavy-handed.
Suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefreiter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
The lieutenant's calm voice echoes in the cold air of the church.
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
She's not human.
Okay.
He takes his glasses off to clean them. Then, after a while, he says,
This church, the coast in general, we shouldn't linger here. This isn't a good place to get lost in. We should conclude our business and move on.
Reconstruct the cracked glass.
A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both.
What shattered this mosaic?
Unknown. A motor carriage? A gunshot? Someone falling into it? Or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break?
Who is this older woman?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
The motto. What does it say?
Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
After life, death. After death, the birth of the new, or the life of the new.
And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
After the world, I believe le gris is gray. After the gray, the new world.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again.
So the gray,
This
the
is
pale.
the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Lieutenant, this used to say after life, death. After
death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again.
Eternal recursivism?
This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
Why?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
What is the RCM motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Not very feminine.
Not at all.
Step back.
The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
This is Dolores Day.
Yes. I wasn't sure before, but this must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez. It's called the Small Pinewood Church in some records.
You knew of the place.
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Ravachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
What else do you know?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
He looks at the machinery lying around.
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? There it is again. A small pang of guilt. It's time to ask him what happened here.
Do you know why it was abandoned?
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces.
Who conducted this raid?
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
You're not sure.
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I guess I could have been here.
I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
If I was here, I should find out what I was doing.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Kim, are you a follower of DeLoreanism?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
Stroke your chin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
I didn't think you were spiritual.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Turn away.
Hey, Her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember?
What?
You have the Headless Fallen Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
I should, yes. This is a task of mine now.
So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for. The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting on a single
Looks like I
pane of
can't
glass.
give this figurine
A
to
crack
her.
runs across. Why?
Because she's a stained glass window.
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
Hey, Space Monkey, what's up? Like what? Is the task still on?
I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already.
How's it going? Good. We've got... we are running around on so many quests. We're having a good time with this game.
Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
How do you get a baby alien to sleep? You rocket? Thank you for that. Alright, let's talk to Suna.
Yes, what is it?
It's not a paying job, but could you help me contact Coalition Warship Archer?
Do I look like someone who has time for side projects at this moment?
She doesn't even look up from her computer.
If you want her help, maybe you should help her first.
Right, I'll let you work in peace now. Boy, do I hope I get another full day in this game at least. There's so much to be done here. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. Okay, so I still never found the sniper nest that I needed to find. I wish I knew what was up with that. How's it going, Todd? Eyelids are rebelling. Good night. You have a good one, Roger. Thanks for hanging with us. I know where I'd be if I were a sniper's nest, but I don't know what the game wants for me in this location. I don't need to know the answer outright, but does anybody who knows know if I'm, like, on the right track? Been lurking since the beginning of stream. Appreciate you, Todd. I was lurking on your Batman stream earlier. Hope you're having fun with it. I don't always chat when it's that early. Well, it's early for me, early in the day. When did I last look at the Shivers check on the sign? Side quests affected, so it may be active again. I don't remember a Shivers check on a sign. On the Feld building. Part is a bit hazy for you, not gonna lie. Yeah, no worries.
You see a once bright mural towering above.
I don't get a Shivers check on the sign.
Hello again.
I want to hear about the Feld building
Sure.
again.
What's on your mind? But of course.
I did not.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The
Must be a trigger you're missing. You know, I guess we can go and look at the islet, maybe. Oh, what am I doing? I forgot I have fast travel. Okay. We'll check the ice cream machine or the ice maker, whatever it is back here on the way. Maybe we'll look for the ghost that Plaisance told us about. Dimmed commercial area is a good idea.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a
Still slowly melting. Ghost hunting stream.
The bear's eyes are dead.
Get into cryptozoology and now just fully ghost hunting. Yeah, we're having all kinds of side adventures.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages.
Look
No sign
inside
of
the
any recent
furnace.
fire.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing?
I'm hallucinating. Or maybe it's the entity.
Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney, please. It's not safe.
It feels safe to know that the lieutenant's got your back, now and always. This sounded real, not imagined.
Voices I heard, maybe it's the malignant entity. Plaisance said it lives in a chimney.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Alright, let's see what we've got to help our physical instrument. Just that, okay.
A thick layer of coal dust covers
58% chance. Come on.
Something
yes.
breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Watch a crappy Bigfoot show that is basically a bad ghost hunting show, so this is your cup of tea. Glad you're here for it. Just realized Kim is the Scully to your Mulder.
Hello?
You hear a woman's voice answer.
You've awakened the entity.
Hello, are you there? Speak to me.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
That scared you.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Sounded like it came from behind you. Oh, what's this?
A dusty radio computer sleeps on its wired frame, forgotten and unused. Its keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
Another radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Do you think I should turn it on?
It's your call. You're in charge of this expedition, officer.
Turn on the machine.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside the compartment.
It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Press play.
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Let's try the password for the production schedule.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Really? She just used the same password?
The lieutenant seems almost disappointed to discover that.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
The old lady's voice disappears along with the static.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Press print.
With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface.
Read the printout.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about the workforce. Who worked there? How long?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people. The bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts.
Hi, Cemetery Chick. Welcome in.
And a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations.
Proud of yourself? Feel free to share.
Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Wait, why did a radio game need so many artists?
It didn't.
It didn't need so many concept artists?
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
Read about capital. I want to know about money.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money.
Hey, Kian. Good morning to you, I'm assuming. Made your first emote from scratch. Very cool. That is something to be proud of.
The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished.
Gosh, where did they get all this money?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Skim through the production schedule, whatever it is.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Right, what happened?
It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team.
This sounds like a meta critique on video game production.
They tried to make a 4 million Real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
Oh, so they were done in by their own ambition. You're succumbing to the pale. Have a good one, Maiko. Get some good rest. Thanks for being here and helping out. Oh, that's very cool, Cemetery Chick. I'll have to look at it more closely to see. I can't... T-Rex... Oh, T-Rex Jesus from your Minecraft playthrough. That's awesome.
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Suliswaf Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
This is some insane shit. Who were these people?
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that? 10,000 times 10,000 is gonna have, what? 2, 3, 4, 8 zeros behind it, so... Is it 100 million?
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Yeah, how bad could it be? Supposed to be animated? It looks animated to me. Okay, yeah, this computer, we're working with stuff that's not quite as advanced as what we've got here today. Keep going.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
Might just be your browser. Internet has been funky the last few days. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, the text is animated for me. Keep going.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Just let the numbers wash over you.
And that's it.
Okay, so that's what did them in.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
This must be the anomaly Suna mentioned in the church log.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Igaunian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the World Untethered project was being compiled that day.
Twitch friends, we do have an ad coming up in about 45 seconds, just to let you all know. Thanks for dealing with those. And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air.
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Like that I was invited somewhere by a possible ghost, but probably human, and then ran into this thing. This game is full of things to run into and just have words dumped at you for quite a while. I've apparently been standing here for about half an hour in-game. Wasn't there a copy of the game, a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore. So I started keeping it in the basement, in the ice bear refrigerator, near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Seems like a perfectly reasonable explanation. I'm sure it's not from a security standpoint, but...
That's not what her colleagues thought.
Is there anything else from this lead programmer?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Read the notes at the end.
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said.
No, it's getting rough when you can't get a haircut before you go skiing. Tear off the printout and throw it away.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Remove the production
The
schedule.
filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Leave.
Okay, what do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
This is what remains of Suna's radio game studio, Fortress Accident.
Yes, I got that. What I meant was, what were they trying to achieve with this damn game? What were their ambitions? Because this here looks rather advanced.
He has respect and curiosity for this failed endeavor. This is way above your tiny little policeman head.
Oh man, I'm the art cop and I just failed the check, the conceptualization check, to have to say I don't know, I'm not an artist.
Okay, well, I think.
The lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his hands.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How were they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
What's TTS and channel reacts? Text-to-speech, it'll read out what you put in there. And this was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
I forget. I've had that redeemed for like 2 years, and I always forget that I never actually wrote what the acronym stands for. Brain went right to Tabletop Simulator.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real.
Example text.
This game is
Thank you,
too
Cemetery
good to be
Chick.
left unfinished.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
After 1 a.m. and got a family thing tomorrow. Have a good rest of the stream. Have a good one, Todd. Thank you for hanging out with us. Hope your family thing goes well and is fun tomorrow. We'll see you around. The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
He says, looking around the derelict room. The pipes howl, and a rat crosses the floor.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Okay, where's the safety curtain? I already checked this. No, money. Poor animals, no rest for their bodies after death. Shot put ball. Okay, I know what to do with this.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter? Probably not.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of a bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Alright. I'm looking for safety curtain of some sort.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here.
Noticing the colors gives you a bonus. Yes, but my physical instrument is so low that I still have a 3% chance even with the bonus. I don't get it.
Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other.
So you're saying there's a chance. But the question is, which did they start with and which did they pivot to?
That's a good question.
What a strange leap of imagination, and yet they still failed. How sad. Finish thought.
Reality is ruthless.
Thank you, Kian. Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. Postcard. This tray is full of dice, colorful polyhedral dice, hundreds of them. The candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice. Ooh, I got a new level.
Hello, I'm Nia.
A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius.
She taps on her headphones.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Hold on, what do you mean by milieux?
Yes, a Milius is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
She pats the headphones on the table.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
You must have me confused with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know role-playing games. Wirral Untethered. What else?
Sure, I like role-playing games and I need some dice.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
The walls around her are covered with rows of precious stones and minerals.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Do you like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, Detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
What do you mean by the daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
She stops to try and come up with an example.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Do you often work Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
You never took your eyes off the work to look out of the window.
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
I see. Thank you for your answers.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Okay, I'd like to order a die from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Looking for something to help with my work.
I think I have just the right one for you.
She opens the top drawer of her work desk and takes something out. 2 polyhedrons, red and blue, are cradled in her palm.
Police colors.
Because I'm a police officer, right?
Not the most original, I know. But sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because it's best. Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it.
17% chance to catch the dice.
You overthink it. Your hands can't agree what to do, and the 2 dice drop to the floor and scatter in opposite directions, like pearls from a broken string. The blue one disappears down the pit in the center of the room.
Ah, down the drain, like your career. I apologize, officer. That comment was unnecessary.
Pick up the red die.
That one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. The other one was the inverse. They were a set, you see, but now the set is broken.
Roasted me. She did. It's like she knows me.
It's a shame. They might have brought you luck. You definitely need luck in Martinez.
Is she pitying you? Good God, she's pitying you.
Now, was there anything else?
I'd like to order a die from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Just a normal die for me, please. Very regular.
A normal die? I'm a novelty dice maker. I don't make normal dice.
I just got an achievement for saying enough incredibly boring things. What do you do then?
Polyhedral dice. Dice that have more than 4 sides. Octahedrons, trapezohedrons, dodecahedrons. But also barrel dice and teetotum bows. Come on now. Be a little creative.
Do you know the we're all untethered setting? I want a die for that. Why would Nia even throw 2 dice to you at once? Of course it'll be hard to catch, right? And as a dice maker, you'd think she would treat them with care.
Ah, yes. Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motifs of ice and death. And loss, of course.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
Why do you need to cast it in resin?
Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin though, and voila, it's perfect.
It's a deal. Order the die.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Where are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
I've heard this place is cursed. Did you know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
How do you explain what happened to all those companies then? I don't think I knew you could get the police dice and then also order a custom one. That's handy. Yeah, I wonder, I might be able to even order more after the first one comes in. I'll have to check.
It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
No, the whirling isn't doing well either. Its waitress just took off, and customers have trouble paying bills.
And then there's me.
She sighs, looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
It's because you're competent and dedicated to your craft. The curse doesn't affect people like you.
What, so the curse only affects people with poor work ethics? What you're describing isn't a curse, it's capitalism.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Starting to see that there is no curse, only business decisions and natural market fluctuations.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
Shivers. Why hasn't her business failed? Okay, I'm really curious. It's a low chance, but I'm curious.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Start taking off your clothes. You need to connect.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
The dice maker stares at you while you start to fuss with your pants. Well, I thought I would start with a jacket, maybe, not go straight to the pants.
Officer.
It's part of this special technique I have.
And what technique is that?
You know what? Forget it. It was a bad idea.
Undressing in a stranger's place of business? Yes, it was. An unbelievably bad idea.
So got his shoes on exactly.
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He's still recovering from an unusual medical episode.
That doesn't really excuse it, does it?
Do you know what happened to other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind. Rats scuttle in the dark rooms, under the abandoned blow dryers and dusty mannequins. Cobwebs cover rotors and radio computers alike. So much failure.
There used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
What's wrong with a bit of experimenting? The customers should have been more open-minded.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
And who was Artemitep?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Maybe that's what Kuno needs, a community-centric boxing club.
Kuno. Who's Kuno?
It's a little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
She looks out of the window, her face reflecting back in the dark.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Judging from the kids I've met so far, it didn't really work, did it?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
He is also an artist too, remember? They should be besties.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milieux. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Wait, my encyclopedia success has me asking what's a snuff milieu? You would think that encyclopedia would be the one to tell me what it is. Cool, very cool about the debris, but what's a snuff milieu? I think we can sort of gather this one.
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Off to bed. Have a good one, V. Thank you for hanging with us. I hope you have a great night. Get some good rest.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Did someone here make stuffed animals? I saw mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else?
I found creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
I didn't know insects had any rights. Or activists.
Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
Making chitin clothes like it's freaking war when I used to love the chitin armor. I'm glad that someone took care of the little guys. I like insects.
Really?
She
Anyway.
looks at the windowsill where a dead fly is lying on its back, legs curled up in a bow tie.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
What's with the rotor blades and skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
She rests her chin on her hand with an impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Interesting. What do these transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Her smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
The lieutenant is stern.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skids and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just the props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Okay, I like that idea, though. I like the idea of making one into a sword. I found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up her face.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seem to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
I heard that they ran out of money.
Money and time, the usual.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway as if she can still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on a cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
You're right, That's too bad. I would have supported them. The project looked great.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
She tosses a pair of dice on the table. One of them stops near the edge of the metallic desk.
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
So you're telling me that the doorbell with the empty name card was yours?
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
A strange thing happened when I tried calling a company named Slipstream SCA. Someone answered.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
She said she was from Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics?
There's a moment before she recognizes the name.
It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
No, it was something else. Something eerie.
Pranks can be eerie.
She looks as if she's still convinced it's nothing to be worried about.
Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
Actually, the Slipstream SCA mystery might be a recording. I called again later and got exactly the same message.
Why would Slipstream SCA have a 100-year-old recording as their doorbell message? Doesn't make any sense. I'm still convinced it was nothing more than some elaborate prank.
My money's on electrical anomaly. I've heard of these, especially in an old building like this.
I was wondering about the whirling in rags. Is it part of the same building complex?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom. albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
I saw a name, East Delta Pinball, on the doorbell.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
I thought Kim was cool.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
I have a few more questions about the building.
Sure, I'm listening.
There was a terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
All right, what about the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leans back, disapproving.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Sounds like she really doesn't know how to be a female ally. Fritta does the same thing.
What did they expect? 20 cents per hour is dog's pay. I'm surprised they showed up to work at all.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear.
She closes her eyes as if remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs into her temples, like trying to suppress a headache. It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
I killed the bear. You unplugged it.
You did what?
I unplugged the fridge to help Revachol Ice City cut their losses.
Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money.
Ice cream guarded by an apex predator hit single by Christophil.
The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherian.
Sounds cool.
Man, I am getting so much XP. I had leveled up in this conversation, and I have almost leveled up again just from conceptualization checks.
Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Megatherian.
Megatherian. A mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life. By telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
I don't do drugs.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all.
The Die Creator is an XP farm, go figure.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
She seems almost sad finishing the story.
The temperature has dropped in the cover of the night. You see frost on the windows.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps?
Actually, I had
Good.
other
I hope it
questions.
clarified things a bit. What else? I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Alright, we've got a couple little things we can do here. We can report back to Plaisance.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them.
I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Nia, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She looks perplexed.
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire. You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
There's another entity more malignant pulling the strings in Martinez. Perhaps in my travels, I will cross paths with it.
A third order presence, yes.
She lets go of the pendant.
A great, dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in the presence of my daughter.
She gestures for you to be silent.
I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
She performs an X-shaped cross on her chest.
Well, this has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Nia's not a businesswoman like her at all. Nia's business sounds successful.
Yes. The venture continues. In other waters. Darker waters.
Should we get out of here before the vortex collapses?
Alright. I'm gonna put more points into Shivers. Because there are more things I can do with it. Am I wearing... +1 Shivers. And then what was the shirt that I liked to wear? Kim with the sass. Alright, let's check back up here. I want to try this Shivers check again. Mentioned something about it being cold. I wonder if that means that the check will have a higher chance this time.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
58% chance, come on.
Aside from getting naked, you're not sure what else to do. The building holds no more answers for you.
Damn. I gave it an honest 58% chance. That's alright, we have another check we can try with Klausya. Or, you know, whatever her name is.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-crank ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice...
Alright, so that still is frozen. It still is not melted, so we're not going to try it yet. Journal. Still shook. The undressing didn't work. Clean shaven. Harry looking dapper with his new shoes. I wonder if I can still reach Alice at this hour. Ask about the armor.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots?
Yes. I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
Yes.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
Shoot.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Cortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S L-I-S Kortinair. Exact date of birth unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09.
Neonatal Care Unit.
He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2.
According to Klasia, Lele said his real name wasn't really his. Perhaps that's because he was fostered.
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
Wait, he was found in a leaf compactor?
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
Any information on his foster parents?
None, officer. Sorry.
So all we have to connect him to Crenel is the armor.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
She sounds pleased.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
Well, we have his name and service record now. Move on.
A name. This is very good. Elise Cortenard.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names to anonymous victims.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
I'm done with the radio for now.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you...
And I believe in a grander sense, I am also done with the radio for now, as it is 2 a.m. It seems like a good time to go ahead and wrap up stream. What is Kim doing? Kim? Are you alright, Kim? Alright, he got it out of his system. Now Kim is ready to leave also. Yeah, it's a good time to wrap up. I will try to be back this weekend. If not tomorrow, then on Sunday. Probably your bedtime. Yeah, I think we could all... Most of us use a little shut-eye. I don't know. Some of us watch from other parts of the world where it's a more reasonable hour. But thank you all for being here and being part of a great stream. I appreciate you. Thank you for stream. Have a good night, y'all. Thank you, Jova. And Love Glutton literally just laid down perfect timing. Let's go. If anybody has recommendations for somebody that they think we should raid on Twitch tonight, that they think we will vibe with, or that we should meet, please feel free to go ahead and send those in my whispers. But I'll take a look at our friends in this category and all the usual stuff that I check. So let's go ahead and save the game. Get it closed out. That was really awesome. Had a great time. I love this game. All right. Let's start, or end rather, by closing out YouTube. YouTube, I want to thank you for catching today's stream, whether you were here live with us or if you caught the VOD. Either way, we appreciate you. I do stream here on YouTube when I stream on Twitch. I also post videos online about different video games. So if you'd like to see some of the videos I do or catch a future stream, please consider subscribing and be notified when those events happen. It is free and you'll get a heads up. Until we see you again, take care of yourselves.